Okay, we are back with more Tears of the Kingdom. I was working on trying to find my way over here, but I think I need to do it from the surface, so I'm going to give that a shot. Let's see, what's my best way to get to those islands? Start from this shrine, I guess. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I did bring my Switch with on our travel last weekend to play. Andrew wanted to play the Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. And in the process, my both my Joy Cons and my Pro controller, I guess they weren't plugged in or something, and the battery's all iffy. So I'm probably gonna have to switch controllers a few times. Okay, so we go southeast. Definitely not gonna get me all the way out there. Aggro radius for that guy when he was in the air was really far, but I don't think he can aggro me from there. Let me go do this tower, I guess. It's right over here. Wait. Is this nearish to where that giant maze was in Breath of the Wild? I think one of the climbing pieces was there. Yeah, Zelda Week. Zelda Week, one of 2 or 3? Let's see. I should get to about 40 hours played this week. 60 the following, and then we should finish it the third week. Then we can bring back the normal schedule. Oh, okay. What's going on? Things are a bit of a mess. Oh, that's funny. Well, they have to think of some unique challenge for each tower. I'm glad they do. Really like the Joy-Cons just because it's so like chill. To just like sit back with them with your hands separated, but apparently I've got drift on one of them. Yeah, I talked about it a bunch in the IRL channel. I generally hate travel and will not do it unless under duress, but Andrea really wanted me to come visit her while she was at her conference, so got to eat some good food. Haven't been to Chicago, my homeland, in a very long time. Probably just need to like slow and then hit it. See if I can like get a better height, because I have a feeling my arrows can't hit it from here. Did they ever make any larger size Joy-Cons, or is it pretty much just the Pro controller? What's your option? Come on. Guess I could also try... Does this work? No. Wait, kind of. How tough is it to take apart? I've taken apart controllers to mod them before, but like the PS5 controller is extremely intimidating to try to mess with. What's this? Armor Hunt. Oh, that's cute. It's a joke name. Really? Like it actively tries to run away from you?
Oh.
Right on. I might consider it. I modified my what's the name of that game? The Taiko drum game. The drum that came with it, it's so, man, rhythm games have all kinds of content that requires like perfect hit registration, and the number of instruments that are actually configured to work well enough to allow for that are vanishingly small. You pretty much have to mod every Guitar Hero guitar, every Rock Band drum kit to be able to play all the songs and have any hope of full comboing them. I guess it's because the majority of rhythm game players aren't like going for full combos, right? But my ability to enjoy a rhythm game is directly connected to my faith that all of my mistakes are my own and not a fault of the hardware. Nice. And there's that maze area. Oh, there's one in the sky too. Interesting. There's the Dargon. A Dargon. That was not the right button. Is that like a machine? Incredible. Lux construct. Okay. Okay, I see. Wondering if I can defeat it just by like tearing it apart. Is able to be rewound. What does it mean to rewind only one piece of it, though? Nothing so long as it's still attached, I guess. Okay, well, with my current defense and hearts, I'm not going to be doing any kind of fancy solution. I guess I could put a boss. I probably should be marking bosses with skulls since I haven't been fighting them. The load screen is a sufficient deterrent to me trying to beat them too early. Okay. Yep, you're on me. I see that. Bye. Yeah. I know. We're gonna do a thing where as soon as this Joy-Con dies, I'm gonna swap it for the currently charging Pro Controller. And then when it dies, right, and eventually we should... I think it charges faster than it uses. Pro Controller actually lasts surprisingly long. Like, the PS5 controller is already almost dead at the end of a 4-hour stream. Let's go ahead and hit this shrine. No combats, no combats, no combats, no combats. Well, the combat shrines aren't so bad in this one. There's been a couple cool puzzle combat shrines. Or is this, okay. This is good. I don't mind this kind of combat shrine. Get a bunch of machines. Is it even worth just like crashing into them? I don't think that does terribly much damage. Does better damage than I thought. Yeah, I think they put a little bit more effort into them in this game, where it's not just fight this one robot for the 50th time that you fought before. Ooh, that's not good. Does this do more damage if I drive at them at closer to top speed? It was hard for me to tell earlier. I was just hitting a particularly weak enemy before. Yeah, I agree. Actual arrows yet, though, right? These guys have arrows. No. Other stuff back here. Did not see those. Okay. Now I just have to knock it hit. Saw the machine inside and assumed it wanted me to focus on that first. Mistake. Should not trust this Joy-Con's gyro aim. My battery's gonna die right when I'm almost done with this. Just had the vision. Struggle with this game to understand how stagger works. It seems like sometimes I just completely lock down an enemy. Spikes out the wall. Oh, I bet I can add that to the car. Interesting. Probably shouldn't be fancy with this. Shit. Whoa. Flame emitter club. Was a different time. AA batteries in the Xbox One controllers last decently long, I feel like. Oh shit, that was bad. I'm not picking up the flame stuff because I feel like I'm gonna kill myself by accident if I do. My fear, anyway. Die in the last one. Probably should have restarted as soon as I started to get my ass kicked here. Okay, fair enough. What? Arrows. Oh wow, the thing exploded instantly. Swing, please. Thank you. This guy has like super armor or something, right? It seems like he's got a heavy weapon. Probably throw it at a guy. That did not work. Well, not too bad. God, that was scary. Throw animation was longer than I was expecting.
We've got this, Marstead. Where? Ow. Where? First try.
Let's get to the center area. Trust this forever. God damn it. Oh, right. Remember that. Not too much I can do to change its upward trajectory, right? I can kind of stand on the back of it, I guess. No, it does. What is the steering stick actually doing, I guess, is maybe what I don't understand. Like, I get with the... If you put it on something with wheels, it turns the front two wheels in the direction you're steering. I haven't seen a drill before. Interesting. Probably supposed to use this for the fight earlier. Okay. That's cool. That would have been easier. If there's any like secret chest that I needed for this. But like, suppose I had a wing attached to, suppose I had a wing attached to a board that I would normally make the body of like a car that had attached to it 4 wheels. Like, is there like a priority system that turning it's only going to affect the wheels and not the wing? Or is it going to try to turn the wing at the same time I turn the wheels? I see. Interesting. It's just helpful for me to try to understand if it's based on rules on what it will do to anything you attach it to, or if there's a handful of like acceptable shapes where once it's connected to that shape, it recognizes, oh, this is supposed to be a car, I'm going to do this, or oh, this is supposed to be a plane, I'm going to do this. Doesn't seem like the kind of game that, like, under the hood is secretly trying to classify built entities as this is roughly a car, or this is roughly a plane, or whatever. What are you here? You think that's all that's going on, is just saying if it's in the air, pretend like whatever it is a plane, even if it doesn't make sense to be a plane. If it's in water, pretend like it's a boat, and so on. Interesting. Oh, haha. I guess it's still a bridge that I can walk along. I don't know what I'm actually doing here. I'm just looking if there's a way down into the depths. I'll try to fully explore it. Wait, is this an actual, like, hard constructed object? It felt like it was, like, creaking under my weight there. Rude. Hello. That's cool. Doesn't have a map spoiler. Probably should have fully explored that island looking for a shrine or something. Yeah, I know. I see. Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering. Like, are there secret properties that we can't see that help the game to guess at what something actually is? You're saying we get some automatic light from falling down here? I kind of want to just, like, spend an entire stream just, like, trying to light as many funguses as I can. Hey man, this is your time to shine. Probably gonna go on to Gerudo Valley so I can get an episode title here. Once I finish getting this item. I think his attack is like restrictive enough that it would make sense if his cooldown was quite a bit shorter. Since he's not allowed to launch in the air, you really have to very specifically use it, I feel like. That's kind of cool, because I guess it's dark enough that you might conceivably not even notice that there's more to the south there. You might not notice that you could bomb through that wall, unless you need to look for it. Fan of that kind of secret. Makes sense, yeah. I can, in fact, jump off of walls. That's what I was forgetting. Oh, shit. Asshole. I don't think I appreciated before. I mean, it makes sense, but if you light up a tall space, you get covers way more of the land. Oops. Just throw that instead of wasting an arrow this time. Fireflies, bomb flowers. Super thick stick. Come on, Sidon. Oh, y'all kind of suck at that. Might just be climbing that wall. Oh. Yeah, I at least die really fast. Use something that hasn't been upgraded here since they don't have any hit points. Oh, here we go. Staring right at it. That's pretty good, though. I feel like it's very possible you would come here and just assume this is a dead end without the treasure map. I wonder if the one I found earlier was also kind of hidden like this. I think that this particular brand of secret where, like, you could find it if you were looking, but you don't really have a reason to look. It's really good. That's really cool, yeah. Excellent interaction with the map hint for a player who doesn't have the map hint. Like, you can make it pretty well hidden and still have a backup way for someone to find it if they don't just find it through normal exploration. I guess they could do like a variable cooldown based on whether it detects that he did anything. Like, if he hit an enemy, it has a cooldown. If he dealt damage with it. this is way further than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Shit. Right on. Is that a bulb? Damn. Really like this feeling of exploring in the total darkness and just having no idea. Yeah, just to make sure that you can get rocks to get yourself out. Yeah, it's really cool. I was really skeptical of this whole concept, the depths, because I guess I started with the ones in the plains, which are pretty dull. But I totally get it, and I think it works great. Well, I like the idea that, like, you're trying to explore this big, like, you know, Breath of the Wild open world, but you can't fucking see anything on the horizon. Like, it's such a neat little twist. I like the Sky Island. So far, I don't think I've seen too much content there that they couldn't have done in the first game on land. Oh, so much for that. God, that's so far. Chest. Glow outfit, please. Cap of the Wind. Oh, shit. From the Wind Waker. Actually get the classic hat. Well, unfortunately... Oh, shit. Right. Yeah, I was gonna say, this little area seems a little spooky. It can't follow me up the wall. Much better equipped this time. What I want to do. Can follow me up the wall. Okay, that's a little spooky. Yeah, that's cool. Agree. Perfect. It does pretty well without costing me anything. Oh, don't run in there. I feel like I almost need to cheese them. That hit way harder than the last group. They don't like recover health when that happens. Dark clump. Oh, gloom resistance. Interesting. Huh. So did I lose my chance to beat them there? Yes, chat can't answer that. Like, if I load my save, can I fight them and potentially beat them? Okay. The other ones I was able to just like pick off from above without them being able to reach me at all, so it's interesting. Exactly what I wanted. Definitely the most useful power in the game. Phantom Ganon? Yeah, okay. Spooky. That did nothing. Okay. Can he be iced? Didn't seem like the kind of guy who could be iced. Thanks, team. Appreciate it. He's not dropping gloom on the ground around him, so that's good to see. Now he is, okay. Oh shit, this is a bad time for that to happen. How dare you spin attack? Only I may do that. Tulin's really getting the hits off there. Shit. Oh, I thought I was gonna get the perfect dodge. Does perfect dodge care about whether you're dodging into an attack? Because he's doing like an overhead swing there. I didn't realize that him having gloom around him was like because of a specific attack he does. So I guess I learned that now. I feel like I'm doing way less damage this time. I don't know if they like take more from the explosion depending on where it hits them or something. does take more damage with headshots. That's good to know. Let's see. Oh, that's why his goop is going away, because they're whacking him. That's kind of a cool power of friendship thing. I like that. Okay, that time I dodged side to side, so that helped a lot. Hit him, y'all. Shit, man. I think I expect to time that, like, very slightly later. I'm gonna keep practicing until I beat him. I think I have the tools to beat this one compared to the last one. Calculated. Whoops. I can make food that removes gloom, sadly. Otherwise, you only clear it at the little light bulb things. Whoops. I think I'm getting screwed up aiming. Really quick, I'm going to switch to the pro. 40 minutes. Oh, it says it has a full battery. Maybe it actually didn't have any battery issues in the first place. The hell? That's weird. Whack him a bunch, please. Can you guys hit him again? You were doing great before when you were hitting him. I was a big fan of that. Thanks. Shit. Now that time I tried to dodge early instead of late. They definitely don't have that timing anymore. I think I got pretty good at it in Breath of the Wild, but I had to like practice on a Lionel forever. I don't know if there's any guidance on timing that. It's like on the downswing or something like Bloodborne. Sort of, right? Because, like, there's general rules about should you try to do it as late as possible, or you should try to do it in advance of the attack hitting. Oh, really? One time I did dodge it earlier and got the flurry rush. It looked like I dodged into his attack animation. Wow, what the hell? A lot of these just dodge me? What the fuck? Why are there like 2 of them still alive after all that? Oh, okay, so it doesn't actually care about the animation on the attack. Yeah, well. So because that was a horizontal swing, I would have had to backflip past that one. Okay. This is going to take a while, but I'd like to try to use this opportunity to learn the flurry rush, or at least practice it. I don't get it. Y'all do me a favor and like bunch up a little bit, please? Can I not take damage from the Goron spin attack? I always try to like back away from it. Maybe that's not necessary. Oh, okay. Can't hurt me even if I'm supposed to. Okay, good to know. Thanks. Shit. Yeah. Knew I was dead as soon as he started charging it up. That was close, though. Kind of an awkward arena to fight dudes in, unfortunately. Whoa! Well, it doesn't matter because I get one shot by Phantom Ganon anyway, so... Okay, so I need to, like, shut them down. And so I was trying to get them to, like, group up a little bit more, but I think once they start grabbing me like this, it's already too late. I'm dead. That's fine. How many spears do I have? Is it just the one? I was going to try refusing the other one into a better spear. can... My only actual spear, I could probably use that with a gem. Get some kind of cool spell effect. Do Soldier Construct 3. Fuck, did I just put it away? Hopefully that'll actually help with Ganon, but let's deal with these assholes first. Oh, I didn't realize that sword affected this sword as well. Weird. One time I did this, I had them all down in 4 bombs, it felt like. I haven't been able to reproduce that. I don't think I can save. I probably can save after I craft my spear, though. Still didn't get the bonus, though. I do really like the way that the gloom works here, where multiple hits makes it go away. Thought I was gonna get stuck there from being on the edge of the... Get it, Tulin. Keep trying, Sidon. Ooh, that was almost bad for me next to the wall. Alright, so maybe that's what I have to do. I just need to do it, the dodge slightly out of his range already so I can feel more confident. Gloom Sword. Oh, interesting. Gloom wears down the body of its wielder. Demon King's Bow. Ha! That's cool. Dark Clumps. I get 3 of them. Alright. Hooray! First try. That was pretty tough. Learn some lessons. So I didn't have to get too close to inside of his sword reach, so I could run away from it if he suddenly started attacking. So I could do a quick attack animation that didn't have a long commitment. I could back out of and run away with if I needed to. Is the spear like super bad against him or something? Okay, what's that? At him with a great sword and have me be already dead at the moment that I press the attack button. Yeah, right, so you can like hit him from a distance without the gloom touching you. Even if there's just a little bit of gloom, you're much safer. I don't believe in shield block at all. Would shield block protect me from his sword hit? Does it reduce damage entirely? No, this is the age-old Marstead fallacy, but games have to put in an enormous amount of work to convince me that the shield does something other than slightly reduce damage taken. So some shields would like break and I would still take damage. Anything else in here? Might not be. Goes anywhere. To save me a bunch of time climbing, is the hero hat the main thing that's in this room? Is there anything else in here? Or is there another exit? Shield can always protect you from at least one hit. Okay. Okay, thank you. And can't use this. No. Is that true for this entire section of the depths? Or just that little room back there? Obviously there's like pose and stuff. I will go crazy turning this place upside down. Yeah, that makes sense, Spiky. Oh, so like a shield's not going to protect you from something breathing fire or hitting you with electricity? Wait, so a gloom attack doesn't count as... Yeah, I just assumed that because he was a gloom boy that... shielding just wasn't going to work. I understand that's a flawed assumption, but you have to understand the way my brain works in games like this. Like, I'm just fighting something. I don't want to try to block it and then die. If I can know I can get out of the way and then not die, you know what I mean? We'll parry till the cows come home in Sekiro, because the game is built very strongly around conveying that this will work and is in fact what you need to do all the time. Oh no, Kiki. Feel free to bounce, I understand. I've tried to avoid everything I could about this game. I don't think there's anything else for me to get down here, so... about. Explore the islands more, though. Is his sword itself not a gloom attack when it's like glowing with purple? Oh, wait. It's wrong spot. Oh, that's cute. Didn't know that. Huh. Interesting. So the shrine goes all the way down. Right on. Oops, don't want that. It could be helpful for me to find stuff underground, I guess, maybe. Sword attack is a physical attack that applies gloom to your hearts. Okay. So it can be blocked with a sword, but if it were to do damage to you, instead of draining your hearts, it would lock out your hearts with gloom. I understand. Thank you. No worries, I didn't see anything. Is there even a shrine over there, I wonder? Oh, I see. Could make a little flying machine here, but this is fine. Check out the furthest north island. I don't remember much about these spires in Breath of the Wild. I feel like they didn't have this much, like, explorable area on them. Like, they cut in a bunch of bridges and stuff. Maybe I just don't remember. What's that there? To make getting across the islands easier. Got that. Whoops. Further south. I'd already been to Tingle Island. That's where the chasm was. Oh, right. It's like time limit. Bye, apparently. Assume that's barely doable without Tulin's ability and easy with Tulin's ability. Oh, there's a shrine. Huh, I wonder what the hell is the equivalent of that underground. Confirm that I haven't already found that. I've not. Alright, I'm pretty deep into a candy loop here. Once this is done, I'm going to go find the thing I just marked underground, and then I'm going to come back up to the surface and do the Gerudo stuff. Well-timed bounce. That's interesting. To fall from higher, right? Oops. Oh, you did? Wow. That's how I get the chest, I see. Excellent. Totally intentional. Whee! Oh, could I? Oh, shoot. Oh, I see. Send would work here. It's just along the end to make that not possible. Get there from there. Fun. I like some of those cute, simple puzzle shrines. Probably still stuff on those islands I'm neglecting, but got the important thing that I wanted. Okay, I think it's the one that I actually ran past last episode. See a way to get to it. Failed to mark it, I guess. Still not high enough from there. I don't want to waste a gem on this right now, but I got 4. That's the one I... That's pretty helpful. Go team. Oh, I thought I was gonna have it there. Shoot. Rewind doesn't sit as long as I would like. It does freeze it for like 1 second. Sometimes is enough to do stuff. Probably not enough time to climb on it and then use ascend. That's the one I want? Okay. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stand on the top of this anywhere. These things don't seem very stable. Oh, it's not too bad. Trying to conserve stamina here in case I screw up. That's what I thought was going to happen. Risk going up higher. Tree next door is a bit easier. And then there's another mushroom tree up there that's possibly even better. Whoops, well. Okay. Why can I climb on this and still be walking? About that high. A little too steep. This was a mistake. Probably not going to be lucky enough. Are those lights that I planted before? I didn't notice if there were any like bloom plants that just grew naturally, or if that only ever happened if I shot them. Hoping for maybe somewhere where I could stand, but such a place exists here. Could make it if I had a little bit of stamina food. I think has a good balance for a sharply defined range of slopes and shit balance 1 degree beyond that. Agreed. I think so. I didn't think that those would save when I left the depth and came back. Oh, is this a little overhang? Goodness. Stressful. Even had a single thing. Oh my god. Oh shit. Talk about not deserved. This is the kind of thing that like unfairly justifies me putting every last point into stamina. That was still a really bad decision, but... Oh, interesting. So if I had that lit up when I was in there before... I hadn't noticed the relationship between the surface and the depths. That's where you definitely notice it for sure. Hell yeah, Chaos. I do think the fact that you get hearts from... Oh, it's so much cooler. I mean, I like both it being dark and it being lit up. They're both cool in different ways. It seems like you really should just go around and hit every little light bulb tree. Just so you can see what the fuck you're doing. Said that was all I was gonna do. I'm gonna try to get one more light bulb tree because this is addictive, and then I'll go to Gerudo Town, Gerudo Valley. Where is that one? Okay. Much further away than it appears to be. The twisty Nightmare Before Christmas tree. The one with awkward footholds. Are those the same kind of tree? They are the same. Okay. Didn't see this boy. Don't do that. I need to like force myself to not get a running start. It's like a big spooky tower. Yeah, exactly. It was so strange. Feels very hard to tell when you're in that range. Link climbing stairs on all fours range. Oh, foreshadowing a little ledge I can climb on. That'd be great. Thank you. Jesus Christ. I'm running low on bright bloom seeds. No kidding. Nervous about this. Similar situation to the one I was just in. I think I can probably stand on some of these, though. I can definitely stand there, although there's gloom. I can at least recover my stamina. I'm very interested if every single shrine has an associated light plant. Vice versa. Okay, let's go do the Gerudo. I don't know what's up with that crazy tower, but I'll do it later. Alright, so they should be southwest if I recall correctly. I don't know if my old durian farming spot is still available. I still have regular heat resistance. Make sure. Okay, yes, I do. Did I not already do this island that I'm heading toward? I guess not. Just make sure that, yeah, I didn't. You dick. I waste stamina too. I could have made it to that island. Not anymore. Cannot do ascend from midair, right? So. Not a thing. I could get up there with one of these. Mark this guy. Probably enough. Just in case it's not. Really do like all of the... It's not exactly knowledge's progression. It's not like Outer Wilds where like there's no way you could possibly stumble into stuff other than like finding it in the specific area that's meant to teach you, because I feel like you could absolutely figure out hot air balloons without having the game formally teach you. Ah, shit, no, some durability there. But I like how there's lots of opportunities to teach you that can kind of permanently put you on the lookout for similar content in the future. Looks like I did need the batteries, jeez. How many total batteries are here? That might be the last one in that corner there. Okay. I think we'll make it. Whee! Ooh, a gotcha machine up here. Launcher thingy? So, I'm going to ask this every single stream because they named everything Zonai related in a way that's deeply confusing to me. Those charges are just fine for me to throw in this gotcha machine. I'm not going to regret, like, spending them on something else, or... Oh, that's cool. Lights. Cool. Okay. What's the one that I need to hold on to? Is it Zonaite? Oh, we got a shrine here. Oh, that's kind of cool. Doesn't have a green spire. Grant you a light that banishes evil. Interesting. So, light puzzle. Whoa. That's pretty neat. Oh, there's a chest down there. Seems like a huge pain to get. I want to follow it all the way down. He's not right now. Confused. Guess I could use rewind. Come on. Extremely efficient to throw in the gotcha machine relative to how common they are. Okay, thanks. While I'm doing that, the chest starts spinning around, yeah. What? I can't rewind this whole building? Ooh. Okay. I guess it makes sense. Oh, but I can rewind that thing. Okay. Whee! Put this in the center of the island so it doesn't go flying off when I rotate the thing. Seems to really want to over-rotate. I don't know why. should be fine. There you go. Hooray! Glad I get a warp point up here because it was annoying to get up here. Light that banishes evil, you say? I like that there are hidden shrines like that. That's cool. Okay. Mostly got it for the warp point. Guess it could be cool to put some hidden shrines that are conveyed via the light plants underground. Well, you had to do a puzzle to get in. I feel like that's the shrine, right? Okay. I think Dora's probably best. Diamond is the best possible thing they're allowed to put in a chest. This isn't the kind of thing that would ever happen in Zelda, and certainly isn't the kind of thing Nintendo would ever do, but it would be really fun if they brought on, like, guest puzzle designers. Let the Baba Is You dev make a couple puzzles, or the Jonathan Blow make a couple puzzles, and so on. What's up here? I don't know if it's faster to ascend there. Yeah, Zelda Shrine Maker. It'd be so hard to do. I guess they've kind of set up some tools for placing things with a controller in a 3D space. I don't know if it's robust enough to, like, build a room with, though. Okay, yeah. Back here, please. Where can this launch me? Is it currently? Oops. Oh, that's fine. That seems like it'd be a good place to set up a flying device. I don't know where I'd take it though. Oh, is that an axe shaped rock? Yeah, okay, cool. These are the ancient fish that I needed for that quest. Oh, I should have marked the chest in the island I was just on. I guess you just cut it and you follow it down to the bottom. I can go do that after finishing this up. Oh, cute. Nice, that's a good one. I don't know if those make good cooking for money, maybe? Not a friend, I wasn't sure for a second there. Bye. See ya. Anything else interesting here? I don't really have any tricks for catching fairies, right? I just have to get to them fast enough. Mash the A button like that. I feel like you used to be able to stasis them, is that true? Oh, they don't notice if you're sneaky. Interesting. Let's do what I did last time, which should be fine. It's not fine, actually. Actually, it's good enough. Don't need this guy as much anymore. Okey-doke. Let's find our way into Rudo area. Dragon. Eat. Probably have an easier time launching there from here. One with the hot air balloons. The extra height doesn't help me terribly since there's no way I'll be in the air long enough to do anything with it. And I guess I could put a fan on this thing to move it forward, but I imagine it's too heavy for that to be very effective. Eventually I have to dive regardless, but I guess it gives me more vision of what I'm doing. Will I make it to that tower? Cold. I guess desert's cold at night. Getting a little nervously close to the Dargon. Electricity Dargon. Cool. You doing okay? Oh. Like, that's interesting. This one doesn't seem to have a thing. It does. So we need to power it. With what? Just, I need to somehow electrify this thing? Genius. Okay, that's not the answer. Blood moon time. You're a Korok. Probably going to mark you. Assume there's somebody here who's like, oh, the tower's not working. Something, something. Gotta zap it. Oh, there's this person. What's up? Hey, tumbleweeds. Most people's expectation of what New Mexico is like incorrect, but we definitely have tumbleweeds. Yo.
Oh. Ah. Oh. Ah.
See.
Oh.
Whoops. Hey, thanks, Darkstar. Appreciate that. How have you been? Been in Colorado too. Ooh. This thing despawns.
The glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon.
Guys, actually, fee. Optional fee. What I can do from the top of the tower, right? Because that would be kind of funny if I could just get there like that. Ow. Whoops. No, he needs to come up and fix it for me. Okay. I see. Oh, does it stop you from overeating once you fill up? I can just mash it. I see. Not enough. Welcome.
Oh.
Thanks, man.
Ah. Ah.
Sweet. Thanks.
Ah. Oh.
Even STEM major Link can't deal with that. I really love the ridiculously long spooled USB cable. Sweet. I like that all the mazes have a sky version. That's kind of cool. There's like a second after this starts where you're not allowed to press glide. It drives me slightly insane. I understand why it's like that. Oops. Um... Ah. Spare rockets. This guy. Pointed at what exactly? Unless if that does like a loop-de-loop and goes in the opposite direction. It might be, not seem ascend friendly. Also don't think there's anything up there. Nothing. Oh, sandstorms maybe? Kind of want to see what that launch thing does. Even though it's not going in the right direction, I can always go port back to the tower and get back here. Alright, let's see. Whoops. It doesn't destroy them. Did I just point them the wrong way? The fans pointed the other way. So the rockets disintegrate at some point, right? Is that based on total amount of thrust provided? Why they pointed them? Exactly. Surprised the fans overrode that. Wait. Oh, I just got confused. So if I burned part of the timer there, not as good as I was hoping. Supposed to get me somewhere, I guess. Oh, I'm just gonna do the tower. Be easier. I haven't noticed that. Wasting precious airtime, orient myself. They just let Link in now, I wonder. I guess more height means more time that I can let that cooldown elapse. Oh, did they think of that? Does it only elapse while you're actively gliding? That's kind of mean. Or it like refills at a slower rate when you're just falling. It's a little scary. Find a way to cool down. Okay. Seemed to me like it was not ticking down while I was diving there. This is really cool. Big fan. Gerudo Town. Gerudo Town's not looking too hot. Voices coming from the wells. Oh, spooky. That's another elemental way to change a place. I guess I did talk about used to have lots of people, has no people. Used to have no people, has lots of people. I guess spooky is a variant of nobody's here now. We've got several spooky elemental dungeons in Zelda. Okay. Riju's diary. Gibdos, oh no. I guess I'd rather have mummies than re-deads. Got a mummy apocalypse. Ruins to the north. Okay. Oops. Okay. I want to take advantage of my heat stroke protections. I'm probably not going to do this right away. The warp point, that's what matters. Ruins to the north. These guys. Wait, where's Otulin? The hell? There he is. Very hot. Even with my heat resistance. Okay. Because of my armor, wearing warm armor. Nope. Okay. Can't ever summon in a town. Hey, what's up?
Missed again. Can't hit my mark. Won't do anyone any good.
Voice acting is still weird, but at least it's like a person, so
It's
I feel
you.
like it's missing a filter.
This changes things. I didn't expect to see you here.
Chief of the Gerudo.
But then, you always show up in unusual times.
That's pretty hot. I've been in 120 F in Vegas in the summer once. I did not recommend it. I've said before that, like, before experiencing that, I was like, any temperature above like 100 to me was the same. It's like, it must just be unbearably hot. But once you get to like 110, 120, it's no bueno. You're constantly taking heat damage. Makes sense? Sure. Whoops. Oh, hey, the temperature's not bad now. Sorry, I've got a bunch of ghost allies standing in the way. Oh, she's a little aura of coolness over here. I like already screwed up. There it goes.
Oh.
Aim for the area in the middle of all three, right around where the rock is jutting out. Oh, I see. That's cool. Didn't see it extending out last time. Good enough.
Oh?
Nani?
Oh? Hmm.
Oasis northeast of Gerudo Town. Yes, let's. Oh, interesting. Screws up my map, makes sense. Yeah. I think I would take the 120F Vegas desert to 100 and 100% humidity. I've experienced that too. Okay. So there's supposed to be an oasis northeast of here. And it's already marked on the map for me. Thanks, game. Can't summon allies in towns, which is odd. Now I'm going to try to push through the heat damage. I probably can get an outfit or something to help with it, but I seems like it's this far out of the way. That's nice. Thank you. I still can't see shit. Did a good job of making that very mean. Not even giving you the direction you're moving in. It's really cool that it... So I didn't realize before it was actually shade that was protecting me and not just arbitrary proximity to my ally. That's kind of cool. I'm sure that was in the first game as well, and I just don't remember. I honestly think they give you too easy access to dealing with the weather. I think it's a really cool mechanic, but like, you know, a single outfit or often a single food item can completely nullify it. Like the first game tries you like, oh yeah, build a fire and you'll warm up like, oh, that's cool. But not really, don't do that. That's like actually kind of the dumbest thing you could possibly do. Okay, now I can see, and I absolutely went in the wrong direction. That's okay. Yeah, I really like the flavor concept behind it. Like, I think it's really good. It might just be one of those video game problems where, like, you know, the idea of you need to deal with it being hot out and cold out, there's, like, no way to solve that with math that isn't a switch that you flip that makes you able to ignore it. I've seen a couple interesting, like, tabletop RPG takes on the concept. Whoa! Gibdos are pretty freaky. They're like Gibdo slash deads. Obvious space for Skyrim modding. Yeah, at least it's not a switch if it's a timer. Timer can be interesting, I guess. You do like the needing to refill oxygen thing. Like if it worked like that in this game and you had to like put down a fire in a cold area to warm up and then that warmth would last a certain amount of time before you had to make another one or find another warm area. The idea that like there's a benefit to being in the shade. Takes her a while to recharge. A pretty cool ally effect. And more arrows. Oh, only if I'm out. I need them. Waste this. Save that literally for the entire game and never use it. It'll just take up a bow slot this whole time pointlessly. Oh, that's super annoying. Gibdo bone. 40 fuse attack power. Oh, okay, but it's like, it turns it into one of those, Stelphos. Oh, creepy. Wonder if they, like, made the Gibdos not obvious wrapped up mummy monsters, because it's, like, kind of offensive to make mummies be a monster. It's a pretty funny post recently that was like, you know, what if fiction treated Catholicism the way it treats a lot of like Aboriginal religions and the like? Okay, I guess killing them is pointless now, I see. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Yeah, tell that to Japan. The idea of making a horror movie, you're like, you know, ancient peoples believe that
Ulyara, well done holding the line.
God came back from the dead. Now his ritual
Now that we know the
followers eat his
Gibdos are
flesh and drink his
susceptible to
blood,
lightning,
right?
This gives us a major advantage. Is that Zelda?
Yeah. Neon White riffing on weird anime Christianity. Alright, agreed.
That's bad. Real bad.
Wonder why Zelda's doing that. She's so nice.
In danger. Zelda, wait! She was heading directly toward those tornadoes. And if more Gibdos are hiding in the storm... Ulyara, we need to get back now.
Yeah, right.
Link, we're going on ahead. I'll meet you in town.
Get this shrine, and then I'll work back over there. Yeah, I don't think mummies are, like, super harmful or anything, or, like, deeply offensive, but it more it's like the origin of being spooked out by mummies has this kind of weird like Orientalist vibe of like, oh, it's a strange other culture, right? Like clearly they must be spooky scary and not just like a thing that people did. That's fine. The cult of the undead god. That's funny. Oh right, I've got a heat buff running, don't I? Alright, I'll come back here. Sure, I'll get the outfit. I think the point of the joke though isn't like to say, oh, we should never riff on like cultural mythology in our stories, and more to just say like we should do this to Christianity too, because Christianity would be a great source of that. Thing about mummies is they're universal, just mainly and famously associated with Egypt. Just like going out of your way to wrap and preserve your dead. Right. Yo. Golden hair, blue eyes, same height as Lady Riju.
Oh.
Hooray! Want an outfit for me down here? It's expensive.
Hey.
A man.
Oh.
Is there anything special about Egypt in that, like, the corpses survived for longer? In order for it to be seen as notable? The circumference of his head and neck. Taruma Dunes. Sandworms, okay.
Oh.
Is the only creature who isn't 8 feet tall with the abs.
Oh.
Probably can't get anywhere near enough money to afford this. I keep assuming that there's a sort by cost, and there absolutely is not. Only place in the whole world that makes accessories, you say? Yeah. This is what we're here for. Wait, no, never mind.
Oh.
Oh, it's like boys? That's funny. Valley of the Silent Statues. Oh, cool. Back here later. Oh, what I was expecting, but okay. Didn't realize I had strayed that far from the center of town. Yo, sorry I walked right under you.
Oh.
This is just open speculation, but I think it would be interesting if at some point we got to revisit at least one of the Divine Beasts, like its ruins or something. If not, that's okay.
Come. Come. To where I am.
Where is that? Thanks. Let's prepare for battle by sitting down.
Oh.
What's the plan?
Oh.
Captain Teak.
Oh.
Oh, interesting.
Oh. Ah. Oh.
What about the enemy?
Oh.
We're gonna do a little last fortress stand against the undead. That's kind of cool with the whole building stuff concept in this game. Oh, awesome. I wonder if that restocks. I don't want to go do anything else for a while. Mirror. Wards off some monsters. Stake. Oh. Okay, that actually ran into a stake in the very first shrine I did. Whoa. Go talk to her after all this, and she's like, well, I was gonna tell you about all these items you could have. Doesn't add as much to durability. That's kind of cool. They tried to find ways to make variant bases without getting away from the core concept of fusing is more important than the item itself. Let's talk barricades. Hey, thank you, Sixgun. Appreciate that. How have you been? North.
You're super awesome. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Oh. Ah. Oh.
Okay. Looks like there's a little Gibdo mushroom at all the locations, so it's not going to make too big of a difference. else I got here that's like junk? Everything else is reasonably good, I think. Like Sapphire Rod is the way to go, but maybe not against the Gibdos specifically. Are they introducing the concept that I can set up my own defenses after she sets up hers? Yeah, okay. That's pretty cool. Physically blocks them. Just like a heavy ball. Now I can cut down the trees out here. I'm gonna do that in a second. I'm just seeing what else I can pick up. Know how they like climb over stuff or what the deal is with that. Probably shouldn't over prepare before I see what's actually going on with this. There's the west entrance. Not here. Let's say double canteen. Here we go. I don't know what to work with at this one. Let me see if there happens to be one east. Oh, it's kind of cool having the explosive barrels. I see. Okay, not too much else in terms of building materials. I probably can get more value out of just a single, I can do like 2 logs rather than 4 logs, but I gotta actually see how they behave before I try to figure that part out. We can just defend the west one by default then and see what happens. I didn't build any fancy traps like fire launchers or whatever. I'll see what happens and see if it's necessary, I guess. Oh, they gotta drop like a one of those gliders and use that to make a barricade. Okay, I just need her to follow me on the roof so I can quickly snipe all the Gibdo towers. Spooky. Got it.
Oh,
Yes, let's. Did they get rid? Oh, okay, good. They did not. I was about to be really mad.
Monsters have appeared outside town. Shore up the defenses at the gate. Enemies have emerged from the hive at the east gate. Stop them.
Is that not meant to work here, I guess? Okay. Maybe I'm supposed to take out the east gate first.
Enemies are pouring out of the hive near the north gate too. Take them out. Enemies from the hive near the west gate. Let's hit it with lightning.
Okay, so just to be clear, I'm not just like missing my target. I cannot blow up those towers. I have to do this whole defense thing, right? First. Seems to be working reasonably well.
Flying enemies from the hive at the east gate. They're heading straight for us.
Flying enemies. I don't like to hear about that. Yeah, I just want to know if I accidentally hit the tower
Flying
incorrectly or
enemies from the
not.
hive at the north gate too. Don't let them overrun us.
They can be destroyed.
Flying enemies from the west gate hive. Time for a lightning strike or two.
Yeah, I guess I might not allowed to damage them right now. I guess is the way I should have phrased the question. Sorry.
Enemies have been spotted in. Enemies are nearing the center of town. Eliminate every enemy you see for the last line of defense.
Flying Gibdos are freaky. Gibdo wing. So they have been taking damage when I've been hitting them with the arrow? Guessing I also can't get hurt by that, just like I can't get hurt by Yanubo's ability. Okay. Oops. Nice, that works. Finally get through my barricade over here. That's amusing. Physically knocked it over. Whoops, that was a mistake. Oh, so much for the north gate. So I think my question has led me to become more confused than I would have been previously. If I just keep defending the center and killing enemies, am I going to eventually be told what to do here? Or is this a puzzle that I should be figuring out from the beginning of the wave? Okay. So it's not... Well, I shot this when it was glowing earlier. At least I thought I did.
Out of action.
Like, I felt like it said, hey, that tower is glowing. Shoot it. And then I shot it immediately, and it blew up. But actually, it was only temporarily vulnerable. Okay. I thought I shot another one when it was glowing more brightly. I must have been confused. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Brutus. That I was going crazy because I'm like, I'm pretty sure I just did the right thing. So I tried to ask chat, like, did I do the right thing? Or did I time it slightly wrong? Like it's supposed to be when it's glowing like that. Yeah, it's my nightmare Metroid Prime 2. Shoot the missile and miss it by 3 pixels, and I say, I guess it's immune to missiles. I perceived the fight where they first introduced shooting the tower not as, oh, it's now temporarily vulnerable. I perceived it as, oh, that tower was the thing that was doing it all along. Shoot it from the beginning, right?
Shore up the defenses at the gate.
I see.
Enemies have emerged from the hive at the east gate. Stop them. Enemies are pouring out of the hive near the north gate too.
Guess they don't start pouring out until they're dead, I
Enemies
guess.
have been spotted inside town. Did they break through the gate?
Redo my defenses if I fail here.
Enemies from the hive near the west gate. Let's hit it with lightning. Yes.
Okay.
That hive is out of action. Enemies
So
are nearing
it's
center of town. Prepare to attack.
it's the Independence Day thing, I see. Makes more sense.
It lived 9 enemies from the hive at the east gate. They're heading straight for us. Flying enemies from the hive at the north gate too. Don't let them overrun us.
That doesn't make it vulnerable. Okay, it does. Yeah, I agree.
Enemies won't stop coming until we wipe out all the hives.
Probably should have just gone for the tower there. Whoops. Oh shit, I should have done it again. Nope,
That's
too
the
late.
last
Oh,
of the
I gave
hunt.
it to me.
All we have to do now is clear out the rest of the Gibdos.
Okie doke. Oh, that's creepy. I don't like that. Go team. I like the idea that you can only damage them when they're dropping Gibdos. I think it needed to give you some kind of feedback if you shot them when they were invulnerable.
Oh?
Like absorbing the lightning or something silly. Mural in the underground shelter.
Oh.
Thanks.
So,
Heading back to back with the throne, witness red pillars across a vast sea. Interesting. This is similar to the Zora puzzle, which I really liked a lot. You didn't really get a similar puzzle in the Rito or Goron areas, huh?
Ah.
Oh, it's an automatic door. Oh, I think I'd rather have him at the center. Hmm.
Oh.
Is there another throne? Seemed like you mostly just needed to protect Riju long enough to be able to take out all the tower. You didn't have to focus too much on the defense aspect. Okay. I think my silly log barricade lasted for as long as it would have taken to take out all the towers. I'm gonna other more different throne. See if I can ask for hints.
Oh.
Hole there. So we're in the sky, okay. Oh right, I can't summon my buddy here. That's unfortunate. Any rocks for me to pick up? Like the optimal situation to have him too. No arrows. Ooh. So I could throw bombs at it. Oh, I have 13 bombs now. Yeah, I should have definitely left and come back and see if all those items respawned. Really? Huh. But I can't read anything with that. Strange.
Huh? Ah. Ah. Ah.
Does the weapon quality even matter? Because, like, you just one-shot a Gibdo if you get hit him with lightning, right? I don't know, it seemed like a really cool concept for a fight, but I think that the mechanics of it just kind of made it so that, just, you know, burn down the dudes really fast. Don't stress out about it too much. Burn down the towers, and the guards in the central square should protect Riju just fine. Oh, they have bad arrow drop? I didn't realize that was a stat on bows. Inobo, where you at, bud? Want to teleport up here? Make me do this, aren't you? Be cool if you could combine this with something other than a gem and like have it shoot rocks out or something. We should have seen that coming. Part of our solution. See these in red from high up or something? All right. Oh, these are pretty high in the air. No kidding. Okay. You see. Pretty cool. Alright, so presumably I need to see as much of this as possible. So I'm going to try to get on an island and peek down and see if I can put down some pins. Oh, really? The Gibdos? Oh, the Sage Friends. Really? That'd be helpful. Too high up, it feels like. Love. Don't think that's where I just was. Hmm. Maybe it was. Try to get another tower. I think there's one up in that mountainous area. Yeah, I can see that being useful. That little island is not going to happen. Trying to see these. See any? So that's a shrine I can go to. This again. I was hoping I could just spot all the little red towers from all the way up there, but I think the draw distance isn't good enough, at least from where that tower is, so. Oh, this is the wrong place. Whoops. Didn't see what got cleared. I just warped the exact same one, didn't I? Sorry. Massive spoiler of the word yeah. For some reason I mentally placed the Gerudo town further off. Okay, I can see more from here than I thought. I thought I would be able to see it all from way up top. Scope them all out. I actually don't know how many there are. I assumed it was going to be like 4 or more. Guess not. Interesting to make the hint be red pillars when you can like barely perceive the color of these things. You can't when you get here, obviously. Makes sense. sure I'm going in the same direction here. Oh, nice. I'll quickly eyeball if there's any other ones. I was really expect. Oh shit! I shouldn't have been turning the camera there. Hey, thank you, Mr. Further evidence that it was correct to focus on stamina. I guess I could have landed on the ground and then launched myself up, but. Yo. Saying theoretically I can whistle. That would be really nice if it worked. Kind of frustrating that it doesn't. I wonder if it's like a bug. Hello. I see. Okay. Turn these on to make them float, right? I like that they trap one of them underneath this thing so that you're forced to understand, to even see that those are there and are interactable, right? I feel like it's very possible to miss that without that trick. Upgrade my battery power. Oh, are you serious? It's just not high enough? Oh, rude. When I knocked the pieces off, too. Bummer. Shoot. Alright, well, hold on. This thing. Go ahead and attach them, that's fine. High as we can, I guess. Oh, really? That was a thing. Okay, so we're gonna have to rotate the mirror. Have to get it to actually face. Well, there must be another one that can reach this one. So it must be more than just the two. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted, game. Oh, I probably only need one to turn the thing. Okay. Leverage something, something. So I need to find one that's going to hit this one. But can I see it from up here? The answer is I'm not sure. Mark this at least. Go hit that tower really fast, I suppose. Not currently have heat protection, so I'll just do this real fast. Oh. Surprising. I guess finding it is the hard part. Nintendo should publish number of spammed X button presses during that animation. Okay. Last of my heat resistance. Honestly, no idea where to look for the next one. Oh, that's the problem, because you can't just approach it because of quicksand. Okay. Let's see. I think this is the real one. Yeah, right. So, new theory. If I can't rotate this one, it must already be pointing somewhere useful, which might be another tower. Then I have to point to the second one I just unlocked. Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh, hey, time access. Alerts are super janky. Apparently Overboard Gaming rated me 40 minutes ago. I don't know, Dagger Brawley, if you're here, or anyone from Overboard's channel is here. Sorry. Twitch borked their alerts really bad recently. I had no idea. Welcome. Y'all should check out Overboard Gaming's channel. Dag and Brawley are great. Okay, this seems promising. There's another shrine over here, which is neat. Ah, okay, yeah. So this one I'm gonna have, it's gonna automatically point at the third one, and then the third one has to rotate. I understand. I can still see the light. That's cool. Ah. Interesting. What's the problem? I want to have 3 different variations. I can't just, like, do something with it directly. Unless, if I'm supposed to follow that light. But I think that's just going to take me... Oh, shit, right, I can't look. I don't even get my little markers. Well, I can try... Hold on. Pointed this way. Is that to the one I just unlocked? Probably. I guess you could still use the coordinates, huh? There's another one even further away there. Alright, let me see if I can confirm what it's lined up with here. So I didn't notice which way it's launching. Maybe it's actually this way. Like, I probably just need to check the first shrine to see like which side is the part that absorbs the light and which side is that amplifies it and shoots it in the other direction. I would assume the flat side takes the light, and the little roundy bit shoots it in the other direction. Guessing the fact that there are no winds here means this was probably the wrong way, but we'll see where I get. Craft more heat resist soon. Give those. I'm almost positive this is the wrong way, but... Oh, wait. I guess I probably should have marked it, but it wouldn't matter because I can't see my pins in the sand. Add another one of these. Oh my god, I just walked to that one. Okay, well, that confirms that the one I was just at... So I had to go in the opposite direction. Okay, first boy is this way. C2 of immediately. Confirming that, yeah, that's the one I've already been to. And the light hits the circle and then comes out the flat part, so I just guessed wrong. It's okay. Send alcove. Maybe that shrine helps me find it. Also just try following these. Doesn't seem right. Okay, one of these. Guess they tend to give you weapons at the beginning. Learned the last one. Wait, what's the name of the shrine? Proving Grounds Lure. Ah. Dude. And these are way better than the Breath of the Wild combat shrines. Guessing it needs to actually have a barrel there for it to work. Beautiful. Calculated. Excellent. Ha! You lost your weapon. You goof. That's perfect. I was hoping to like lure him onto the little thing and then move it at the last second. Cool if you could telefrag dudes with this. Fun. I feel like they didn't have to do too much work to make these combat shrines more interesting. Like you have to make a level, I guess, but you don't have to like come up with a particularly insane puzzle. Just something that requires a little bit of brain power and feels different for each shrine, I think, is all you really need. It's true. Yeah, especially, I mean, I guess it helps that you are forced to unequip your stuff. That was the problem I had with the Defend Gerudo Town event. It's like, this is a really cool idea for an event, but I really don't feel like I have to do it. I feel like I could just kind of win by shooting the towers and letting the guards defend Riju. Alright, so this is the wrong way. That's not very helpful. I think this is right. Poor little guy. Sorry, bud. Just fused the spike plate. Just murdered them. Oh. What does this do? Oh, I see. It's raising the building. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, that's less interesting. I thought it was. I guess the puzzle I thought they were doing, they already did with the one I went to second. Oh. Well, I guess I already rotated that the right way, unless if it's supposed to go somewhere else. Reveal the lightning stone and open the way. It's like significantly harder to find the drafts on the way back. Unless if it's like in the dead center. Doing a Triforce thing? Oh, it's not actually touching. Oh, okay. It just looks like it's touching. I see. Well, in that case, at least I always can find that tower now. Whee! But not quite. Assuming it is making a triangle, I could be wrong about that. Whoa, that was weird. Son of a bitch. God damn it. Well, I only need one of them, I've learned, so... More likely than you think. Like that's probably outside of some obvious situations. Confirmation bias, right? Like anytime there's a three-sided shape, you're like, ooh, Zelda triangle. It's a triangle. It's Very, very common way to cause 3 lines to intersect. Figured it could have just as easily been 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 towers. Knowing some of the crazy light puzzles in these games with the mirror shield. Just do rotate. Not really. Okay, it's triangle. Got it. That seems pretty intentional. Guess once you already know, it's pretty intentional. Oh God, don't remind me of that. Okay, so I don't think it wants me to go back to her. Let's see the center at all. Guess I can infer the center by looking up at the lights. Yeah, that's cool. I can see that. Hey, what's up? Evil Zelda? Ganon in Zelda's form? Still not clear. Maybe she's doing like timeline shit that's like seems like it's evil, but it's like what she needs to do in order to get people in the right place for something to happen. Okay.
Oh? Oh.
Sweet. Oh, this is cool. Neat. Hey, we got the little conveyed electric purple heart things. Got it. That's cool. Get like a Central / South American temple. I'm glad this is not like on all the time. I thought a ziggurat was more vertical. Less pyramid-y. Might be wrong about that. I see. Ziggurat's a step pyramid. Huh. They learned. Oh, creepy. Oh, this is the third temple Dark World boss in Link to the Past. Queen Gibdo, I guess. Oh. I how some of the mini bosses in this are cooler than the like actual temple boss. Well, this could be both.
Stirring up the sand trap. It must be responsible for all this. Come on, let's take it down together.
Let's.
Right, right. This has to be their leader. What? Does that mean it's like the other gifters? That's it. Our attack should be effective now.
Oh, I see.
Nothing but sand wherever we look. Where did it go?
Yeah. It scales the lightning damage with your bow, I guess, which is interesting. I always conceptualize like the Tower of Babel as being a ziggurat. But I didn't know it applied to more low to the ground pyramids. A bit more as like a spire, I guess. But... I would call it lightning, not earth. Interesting. Sure, we're doing one of these. Okay. I think I have access to gust otherwise, unless if one of these gems is technically the power of air. Ice. Power of electricity. Souls of the dead. Alright, let's do the easy thing then. Starting to get hard to toss stuff. Probably don't want great swords. Next round is shaped. Cool. Torches, eh? Oh man, you guys are really gonna make me dig deep here, huh? Just crafted. Oh, cool. We still gotta find the central thing to put the dots on the map. This is great. Shit. Torch is the only weapon that doesn't lose durability while it's on fire. Yeah, let me rephrase that. The torch doesn't lose vulnerability when it's on fire, right? Most items do. Oh, creepy. Y'all coming? No? I can move those. I'm going to in a moment. Bye. Claymore, and that's all that's back here. Whoop. Traps are cool. I get more bows in here. Dope guts. Not what I meant to do there. So, scimitar. Yeah. I think it's interesting how the existence of Ascend makes Nintendo feel empowered to throw you in bottomless pits. Hey, thank you, Time Access. Appreciate that. I'll send you a whisper if you want to pop on Discord and shoot me a DM. I'll let you know how subblock works and hook you up with that. Let me give you your SP multiplier. Good looking out. Can actually disable those. Fine.
Hey, the flames have gone out. Now we can move ahead.
We can move ahead. I done moved ahead.
What? Fireballs now? Looks like we're stuck again.
Are we though?
The fireball stopped. I'm on my way, Link.
Cool. Taking your time? Okay. Maybe this isn't the best dungeon to have 4 allies in. I'm wondering if I can just ascend randomly to get to new rooms. Probably. I'm not going to do it right now, though. Unfortunately, you cannot sprint with one held. Hey, that's good. I need that. This game. Very useful. Thank you, Sidon. Yeah, great atmosphere. I like it being dark, being traps. The layout's really cool. It's really interesting, like, I think that if you just summarize the dungeons in this game using bullet points that like are strictly true lists of facts about them. They're not that different from the Divine Beasts, right? So like the fact that it feels like a Zelda dungeon when the Divine Beasts, at least for me, didn't, is interesting. And I think it's probably some like really subtle changes they've made. Yeah, it could be. It feels weird if that's all it is. It's just, oh, it's just the Divine Beast, but slightly bigger. Yeah, I didn't think about that. First Divine Beast is pretty neat. Well, having completely unique bosses and not just having to be elemental Blight Cannon helps add some identity to the dungeon. It probably shouldn't matter too much. Yeah, have more character, right? I think it's hard to articulate. Right. I think having a gimmick is pretty important. Having a unique, like, theme for... Hopeful light, you say. Theme for how you get around. Okay. So. Mirrors, right. Oh, that's cool. The one in the tower was just a really big version of the one that you can just get as a device. Pretty cool. I guess it has to stay held open. Preamble helps a lot. There's a small preamble sequence in the camel, I want to say. I think they all had some, but the camel was the one that I thought was the most memorable. Hello. I'm sure you can get to this much sooner depending on the route you take, but I like getting to it a little bit later. Interesting. That's different. Ah, okay. Open the ceiling. Kind of reminds me of Blind in Into the Past. Yeah, but I guess that stuff didn't feel like directly connected to the thing. I don't know. Mirror shield is just a fused equipable. That's cool. It's a neat way to remind you of that, because I feel like this game has a really significant risk of you just forgetting a core mechanic. Just having enemies that have it as a weapon, so you go, oh yeah, I could just make one. It's pretty neat. That looks really silly. The best looking mirror shield in the history of Zelda. Mm-hmm. And it happens to work. It's really cool. Light in there eventually. Try just running all the way up first. Let me kind of do that. Okay. See a bunch of fixed mirrors in here. You had the free ability to climb everything in the Divine Beast, right? As compared to the shrines where you couldn't. I feel like they've taken steps here to still let you climb everything, but design rooms where that's not the obvious and only answer, if that makes sense. There we go. That's cool. Aziz! Good enough, maybe. Oh, really? Sweet. Interesting. Excellent. Gonna come get squished? Oh, I can't do that. You don't want to come in here? It's a cool kid's room. You sure? I gotta do it to at least one of them, right? You just refuse? Are you too smart? think that's a great scenario to make the AI dumber, just to make the player feel smart. Even though it's like inefficient to do. Hello. What is this doing? Does it redirect the light in some way? Not by itself, but... Is it for mounting onto this? Oh, but I have to, like, open this somehow. Oh, I didn't see that this room was rotating. Okay, hold on. What's the deal with all this shit? Can I use the stakes to stop it from rotating? Possibly. Yes, that's cool. Kind of a surprising interaction. Perfect. Neat. Okay. Whoops. I see. We'll probably be fine. Oh, where are you at? Oh, God. Okay. Doesn't put her on the map, does it? Couldn't be so lucky. And she warps back to me eventually, question mark? It's almost everyone. That the problem, maybe? Need you, please. Come with me, please. I think I'm getting ahead of what the game wants me to do here. Wait. just let me do it that time? Seems very strange. Maybe I wouldn't be as confused by that if I hadn't have done the previous ones first, but... Okay, yes. Go light up all the things so that the elevator goes up. I wonder why they have you interact with it and it plays an X and then it works.
Daughter
Presumably because, like, she needs to be there too?
This platform connects to the very top of this temple. Use your power to charge the 4 batteries, and it will function once more.
I'm gonna make the Tears of the Kingdom edit where I replace all the voice acting with Muppet sounds.
Heed my words.
Ha! Oh, really? I thought there was like a unique mechanic here that it was gonna delay this. Cause she like showed up in a cutscene basically immediately when I got the X. Caught up now? Okay.
This thing is going to be a problem.
Actually, not really. Completely fine. She's stuck on something? Follow me. It's fine. I guess if your radius on that is long enough, then we can just solve this without you coming through. That's fine.
So this is one of the batteries. It seems to have absorbed my lightning well enough. All right, 3 left.
You don't want to go in this room? Okay. It's really uncomfortable with her being voice acting in Zelda. It might just be like the people they got for voice actors and like the complete lack of any kind of like post-processing on the voice lines where they just sound like people on like a Skype call or something. It's really uncomfortable. It might be the fact that there are still characters who make Muppet grunts, and it's just like occasionally instead of making a Muppet grunt, they talk. So for me, it's like either go all the way with it or don't do it at all. Okay, so I have to drop in there. Yeah, it's true as well. Ceiling is like just slightly too high. Guess I'm not talking shit on the voice actors. Their performances are fine. I don't know. This seems like part of it is that like they weren't given any direction. Just like, you're a guy, and they're like, okay, like, what kind of guy am I? And they're not even like, oh, you're like a rock man. Try to sound like a rock man. They're like, yeah, you're just a guy. You're a dude. A fella. Probably be a mistake. Might actually be okay. Let's see.
I'll leave that area to you, Link.
Thanks. Hell, I can't do that. Since when can you clip through the ceiling? Okay. They're on tracks, which is nice. Reduces the maximum complexity of whatever they're going to want me to do here. Yeah, it's very nice of them, I agree. Well, this isn't a great room to be in without her. Oh, I see. Room of glorious lights. This is the elevator. Okay. It's the only way I deal with that room, I understand. That was a weird choice, Link. Do I have any light coming in here that would hit a statue, but let me check. Let's do the first floor really fast. I just skipped this a second ago. Oh, that's why I didn't do this room. I was trying to get in the ceiling. Guessing I can't just like point a light at the little mirror. Maybe I can. Doesn't seem like what the game wants me to do, though. I can't really, like, aim it like you can a normal mirror shield. Does work. I could try to grab one, set it down. I feel like they're not going to require me to carry something from this far away, though. Oh. There's the one mirror. There are more down here. Yeah, it's not, none of it is like the actors doing a bad job. It just feels weird that there is voice acting in Zelda. All I would say. Had many, many, many games for a long time without that being a thing, and now it is a thing, and it feels strange. And I guess, like, for something like, Final Fantasy X, you had a series that had no voice acting for a long time, and did, but then it worked, because it's a very narrative-driven game with a shitload of text, so feels like it fits. Fell, didn't it? Damn it. Almost certainly don't have to do this, and I should probably bail on it right now, because I'm almost positive it's not the answer. But it'd be nice to have a mirror with me further in. Perhaps a couple mirrors. Can't see what I'm doing. And attach it, I guess. Sweet. All right. Do I want another steak? Maybe. Extra rotation degree for things. Okay. I had another one here. Well, that's fine. Come with me. Probably reuse this piece of light, but that seems like not what they want me to do here. Assume I could use stakes as well to lock this light open permanently. Okay, let me do that. Maybe I can get away with just using one stake. I know this probably isn't right, but I'm like incredibly interested to see if it's gonna work, so please bear with me. Only lock one of these open at a time, huh? Too far to the left. Okay. I think I just can make some here, right? Just, I only have the one. Permanent light. Sweet. Okay. Wow, that whole thing can block it? That's kind of unexpected. Where's the thing that I'm aiming at here? There's one over this way. See it. So close, it's slightly aimed off. Okay. I could probably just bring the other mirror over and then do it. I'm gonna do all this, and I'm gonna find the intended way to do this, and it's gonna make way more sense. Or it's just gonna reflect the light to one useless place. Uh-oh. Oh no! Did I fuck it up? Okay, phew. Not as bad as I thought. I'm gonna reach it from down here and bring it back up. Didn't mean to do that. Calculated. Okay, let's move the one up there. Thought it was going to be easier to have two mirrors, but I think it's actually harder. It just needs to be pointed like a couple pixels up, and I should be able to reach. Even just like extend the stake out slightly, would that make enough of a difference? Problem for doing stuff like this is that I need to like also be able to rotate the camera in a very particular way that I can't rotate it, right? I can't see what the hell I'm doing, you know? Guess I can get this back to where I need it to be with rewind. We do the same for this one. Thought that was a thing I can do. That's more like it. It was just in the air temporarily. I was messing with it for too long. It's not going to go back to where it was. Okay, but I should be able to reclaim it up there, I think. Ah, stamina. Shit. This is bad. So when it reaches the end of its time, it just freezes in place. Oh, that's actually interesting. I can't use it because it's not where I need it to be. I don't think I realized that it's effectively stasis if it's out of time. Okay, I might be able to aim this better from the side here. Needs to be lower. I aimed it like almost perfectly the first time. Now it's gonna be really hard to recreate. Shit. Don't worry. Once I hit this one mirror and it's clearly not the intended solution, I'll go look for the intended solution. I'm very sorry. I know chat got really quiet. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with him? I just want to see if this works. I'm very interested. I really struggle sometimes to tell. Oh, rewind has a distance requirement as well? So close. Oh, it's stuck there again. Might be an easier light beam to work with. Okay, that's fair. Thank you, Chaos. Very roundly in that this is not what I'm supposed to do territory, but now I have some cost and I want to try to make it work. Come on. Oh my god. It's like almost the perfect angle. Let's see. That can be more room to catch it with the shield. You're so cruel, game. You're so cruel. Cannot win. Do this no matter how stupid it is, and it is very stupid. Definitely had the top light pointed directly at it a couple times, but I think it was while I was manipulating it in midair. I guess there's nothing stopping me from manipulating in midair and just kind of holding it until it hits the light, right? You could try doing that. The main thing is that I need to have like a third camera control. I was a little bit too dedicated to using the shield as part of the solution. Okay, that works. It's dumb, but it works. So we'll see if there's other of those that I have to hit elsewhere. Try to launch the thing up. Room of offered light. Man, that was fucked up of those two. You know, bro, and Sidon working together to fuck that guy up. About to teach me that I can also reflect light onto the pillars to destroy them, I wonder. Oh, is it because there's something on top of it? I don't think I've ever been in a situation where that's mattered. Interesting. See, that made the platform fall immediately because it got hit by the lightning bolt, which turned it off, essentially. That's gonna send me somewhere I don't want to be. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's see. Yeah. Now you use battery. I see. I'm just not allowed to interact with the grid part of it. Because it's like unnaturally fused or something. Huh. Oh, I see. That's fun. I didn't even think of doing that in the previous room. It could have made sense. Give me... Oh, there's a bunch down here, too, that I just didn't see. Okay. Well, let's see. Not actually any fire thingies, are there? I don't need one. Nope. Easy mistake to make. Here. Now the fear is that it's gonna like tip forward because that's too heavy, so I guess I could like counterbalance it on the other side if there's another mirror in here. And And it didn't give me one of these. Maybe there's another way to raise those, but I certainly have plenty of them here. I could probably also use the permanently floating platforms to accomplish the same thing. Pretty cool. Pretty good. Yeah, so I assume I could also fuse a mirror onto the green platform and set it to exactly where it needs to go. Hey, where you at? There you go. Thanks.
Two more left, Link.
Let's hurry. Yes, and now I have much better tools for manipulating light. Including this weird-ass thing. Though, I don't know if I can get that light beam out of this room. Probably not. Oh, I don't think I realized that each light beam can only reflect off one mirror at a time. That's not true. Nope, I'm not getting out of there unless I break the whole thing apart. Can I get the infinite floating platforms? So those are really helpful. Turn them off first, I guess. I can just like put a mirror on there and not have to worry about placement as much. Although I do have to worry about the battery, right? I forgot about that with these things. I did not notice blocking this and making it less effective. Good to know. Didn't see that earlier. Okay, that's pretty nice. Oh, you game. Did the game reset my existing light thing? It must have despawned the stakes because I had too many stakes out here. That is wind, not light. Save some other things. I'm guessing it's just I went into a room that had a bunch of other materials I had to work with. If it's like the same as the issue from earlier. Room of natural light. Or if you have more than 20 apples, it despawns apples. So if there's more than 20 interactables like this, it starts despawning them. That would make sense. This floor is way more simple. Oh. Well, now I know. Does this one go by default? This isn't in the way. It's clever. I guess when I floated up here the first time, I didn't even see that little crack in the wall problem. Really? I like that you get 2 uses out of the same complex of plate machines. Mirrors. Over this way. Wait, really? Alright, what's the trick with this? Was it just a one-way door? I see. This room, finally. Hey, where you been? I really like this dungeon a lot. I've liked all the dungeons. I don't think I have a least favorite, honestly. I think they're all pretty solid.
Only one more battery to go.
Nice little the witness floor lines here to track if I wanted. In that room somehow. Yeah. Link, I just need you to stand on your head, please. Is that really so much to ask? No, this is for an unrelated thing. I'm just curious if there's something I can do here. Oh wow, the stake does a better job than the giant fucking boulder? Okay. See how it is. So where are there mirrors that I haven't interacted with? That's how I should be thinking of this. Hmm. Been all the way in the ceiling, but I need to bring her up with me is the whole point. Be pointless without her being with me. It's maybe the floor immediately above me, but I don't think it would be the same complex of light for me to get to it. I stood in the wrong spot. Oops. Seems like most of the light puzzles are offshoots of this single central tall room, but maybe there's elsewhere in the dungeon. It's gonna take me to the gated off room, and then there'll be a one-way door that I can open to let Riju in. Look and see if anything is obviously standing out. It's hard for me to explore those. Is the last path, does it have anything to do with the alcoves in that top level or no? Chad can answer that. Just trying to rule stuff out at the moment. Like, the map doesn't seem super helpful because I know that it's there, right? Could be from below. Just gonna check and see if it has something to do with just completely leaving this complex. I like the format of this one, and while it, you know, kind of has the same, hey, you gotta go do the 5 little puzzles to do the full puzzle, I like that you do a significant amount of just exploring the dungeon before that's introduced to you, instead of it being the first thing you see when you walk in the room. This looks like it's gonna work, so I'm curious why it's not going to work. Opposite side. We won't be able to peek at the ceiling the way I intend, or it'll be too high up. I don't know, it seems like that should work. What's the catch? That's probably the first one I'm supposed to get, huh? It's funny. Didn't even see those bricks. I'm thinking it's gonna be a light puzzle or something crazy. I like that you can ascend it. Assume the speedrunners can do that to immediately skip all of the dungeon before the light area. Amazing.
All right, we've charged. That should wake up the mechanism in the center. Let's go, Link.
That's great. Big fan. Yeah, it's wild. Like, I don't know why. I guess you just run this and you scan around the room to see any interactables. I just did not see that at all. It actually makes me wonder if that's what's supposed to happen, quote unquote supposed to happen, right? Like, because they've already taught you to expect light puzzles from the rest of the room, so it's almost like a deliberate blindness they induce in you, right? And then you're like, I guess maybe I gotta ascend up and do it. Oh god, was that there the whole time? It's like the Outer Wilds secret, right? That was there the whole time, but you didn't know to look for it. Good shit.
Huh?
After this, I finally get to play the game. Watch there be some horrible reason why I shouldn't do the dungeons first. Like, everybody gave me shit for doing the dungeons last in the first game. You gotta do the dungeons at exactly the 25, 50, 75, and 99% mark of the playthrough, otherwise you're playing these games wrong. What's next? Yeah, right.
Let's go. We'll finish it off here and now. Here we go. We've got it cornered here.
Oh, he looks kind of scared. Poor little guy. Something to kill its ads.
Watch for the tornado.
Thank you. That is a good tip. Oh, so set him on fire. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I guess the tornado protects the boss.
Are you okay?
It was about to be helpful. Oh, yeah. God, I had those. Where are you at? Shit. Use up all these fairies, jeez.
Here we go. Now's our chance. Attack!
Way more work than it needed to be, I feel like. Alright, that's a thing that can happen. And no fairies very soon. Phase 2. Makes sense.
Summoning more gifters. Don't let them surround you.
Oh, really? Oh, now do I not have to continue aiming for her little
That light.
radius to expand out? I didn't realize that before. That's how it worked when you first learned the mechanic, but I guess no, not so much. That's cool. Like that. Where the hell is she at?
Better look after yourself.
Can't see shit.
You'd better look after yourself.
Skyrim cheese. That attack, okay. Oh, it tracks me slightly. Let's see. It's cool that the other enemies like body block it. All the annoying ads. That's an attack, jeez. Ow. Just quaffing apples while he's getting knocked backwards. Normal shit.
Here we go. Show me what you can do.
And spin attack the hell out of him. Shit. Okay, what do I want to do next? Save this for another Shadow Ganon, I guess. So, Captain 2 Reaper, you're up. Ouch. Did not realize that was a one-handed sword when I activated it. Bow is busted. Ooh, her attack reset. That's it for my apples. First try. Alright, now I can finally play the game. Get the Magatama thing. What is that? It's the thing. Calculated. Totally meant to do that. Alright, so now I need to come up with episode titles for future. I guess I could just name it after an interesting shrine or something, or try to delay doing the towers and do it based on towers.
Riju, beloved daughter of the Gerudo.
That's me.
I know that voice. You're the one who's been talking all this time.
Yes, your ancestor from a time long past. I was a Gerudo warrior who served the first king of Hyrule and a sage who called down lightning, just as you
Yeah, right.
I've seen you brandish the power you have in defense of our people. I would expect nothing less from my descendant. You are the pride of the Gerudo. The Demon King is responsible for sending the monster that caused the Sand Shroud. But the monster's true purpose was to prevent you from obtaining that stone. My secret stone.
Demon King. Secret stone.
Metal Gear?
Don't worry. You will understand soon enough. Let me tell you of events in our distant past. The events that shaped our people's destiny during the imprisoning war.
Link's just like kicking his feet up and reading a newspaper. Let me know when you're done.
Long ago, when the kingdom of Hyrule was still young, a great evil, the Demon King, emerged. He attacked the innocent and sought the destruction of Hyrule.
I feel like we were in peak video game webcomic era. Like, this is such a funny thing to play this cutscene 4 times in a row that you would get so many like emergent webcomics making the exact same gag about it.
And 6 warriors rose to oppose him. I'm proud to have been
Those
one.
video games have those like the emergent gag that every
But only after Rauru gave us
late
the
aughts
secret stone.
webcomic would make. Like, oh my, it's so silly that
That amplified the abilities of those who carried them.
Leon can fit a rocket launcher in his
The
suitcase.
Sage of Lightning, fought by my fellow sages in battle with my own secret stone. But we were no match for his overwhelming power. He endured our strongest attacks, even the lightning strikes I called down. King Rauru knew we had lost the battle against the Demon King. He made the ultimate sacrifice to imprison the Demon King, to seal him away.
That was the imprisoning
Could have done this like, so that was the true meaning of the imprisoning war. It could have maybe had each person give a slightly different story, and
Sometime later,
then only when you get all 4 does it give you the full picture. I
another
don't know.
of the 6 sages, the Sage of Time, came to visit me, and she set the Gerudo on our destined path.
The magic restraining the Demon King will eventually be undone. When that time comes, you must help Link. He is a noble swordsman who will fight that monster.
I think it's absolutely correct for them to all play this, like some variant of this
He will
cutscene,
need your
in
assistance.
case you go to any of them in
Lend
any
him
order,
your
right?
power. The Gerudo's control of lightning.
The path of the Gerudo was clear at that moment.
We wish nothing more than to eliminate the Demon King.
Oh shit, they like
We are responsible
made it sound like
for
she's
his
talking
very
under a
existence
mask?
in this world,
What?
and for that we must make amends. I swear to you that when the Demon King returns, the Gerudo Sage of Lightning will awaken once more. The Gerudo Sage and her people will fight alongside your swordsmen.
And now I have told you all
When they
I
talk
can
to
of
Zelda?
the imprisoning war and of our people's destiny. You have saved Gerudo Town, but the Demon King still remains a threat. Riju, daughter of the Gerudo, you must take up my secret stone and honor the vow I made to the Sage of Time long ago. Fight alongside the swordsman, Link.
So it's my destiny to fight by your side.
Yeah, but like with like a ghost familiar. Like not like literally you, that would be weird. You need to be kind of translucent so I can see through you.
My destiny as a sage, my duties as chief, and fighting side by side with you?
Duty.
Sounds like fun. I will gladly strike down the so-called Demon King. I guess it's time to claim my destiny.
It's really wild how like 3 of the 4 powers are really useful and one is horrible. I wonder if at some point in development, Sidon's ability was like an actual just shield that didn't get broken when you attacked.
I am the Sage of Lightning.
You like attacked with water attacks for its duration, and they realized it was too OP. Instead, it's like Dungeons and Dragons Sanctuary, right?
Link, give me your hand.
I think it would be more useful if he was literally just like a fire hydrant.
I, Riju, the Sage of Lightning.
Oh, she does the
swear that I will stand with you.
the power handshake move.
And here, as proof of my vow.
Yeah.
Use that ring to call upon my power whenever you need it. It seems I can finally repay you. Okay, should we head back to town?
Right. Because there's a context-sensitive way to activate it that doesn't require you talking to Tulin. Good point. Windstorm goes away. Hooray. Glad Nintendo's evolved out of like every woman character is like a bizarre like photoshopped stick person. Like everybody has hips now. It's nice. It's involving beauty standards too, but 20 years from now, the next Nintendo game, every Gerudo is just gonna have like a giant dump truck butt. 85% apple by weight.
Oh.
Link weighs about 10 apples. That's interesting. That's one of those like game feel things, right? Where you need Link to weigh a very specific amount that is nothing like what an actual person would weigh in order for the puzzles to feel satisfying. Sweet.
Oh.
So,
Don't think they're going to put anything important there, but I'm worried that they might. It's not going to give me an actual quest for it, is it? Okay, I'll pop by really quick. Talk to Pura. Water is the lamest element. Yeah, what material that has made water badass? I guess Avatar The Last Airbender, right? Like I still haven't watched the whole thing. I know that like is deeply sinful, but I'm aware of like blood bending through osmosis. Hmm. I guess a lot of the games where water is interesting, it's because it's ice counts as water, and ice is cool.
uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Yep, just did that.
Hmm.
About that. Yeah, weird.
Yes.
Well, you're not going to believe this, but in the short time between when I activated the tower and came back to talk to you...
Huh?
Oh, wow, that's funny. Hey, custom scene.
Hmm.
Easy.
No.
What?
No, we're not doing that.
Uh-huh. Ah, isn't that... Link, look at this! Quickly!
All right, that seems really urgent. I'm gonna come check it out in about 50 hours. I forgot how fucking awesome the Hyrule Castle music was. Breath of the Wild. I don't know. Y'all, your soldiers were like way the fuck up there. I guess it's like Hyrule Castle proper, which is floating. Crisis at Hyrule Castle. Okay, I get to play the game now. I would like to hit as many of these underground as I possibly can, because I feel like doing so will help me find shrines on the surface and will make it easier to explore down there in general. So I think I'm going to go here. And start looking for roots. Why not? I really like that the whole, oh, that's right. Interesting. She's the wedding finger, so Zelda's the middle finger? Whee! Everybody's on at once. I was gonna say, I really appreciate that they don't call attention to the fact that the shrines and the roots are in the same spot. I think that's cool to just let you discover, and it's like inevitable that you'll discover it. Just from looking across the maps. Yeah. That's such a useful, like, way to help you track down the last few things you're missing. I'm guessing there are a handful of routes that are almost impossible to find if you don't know where the surface shrine is, and vice versa. Link, you can stand there, dude. Come on. Get your shit together. You like this sometimes. Okay, so guess we'll go southeast first. Oh, really, Chaos? Oh, man. Did you end up doing all shrines, too? You can climb up on top of this, probably give me some more room to navigate. See what's over in this little Florida peninsula over here. Hopefully not Florida. Yeah, I'll just go to the... It's fine. Stalactites hang tight to the ceiling? Like, it's not a very useful mnemonic. Are you just barely not a ascend? It's mean. Ascend alcove. It's interesting. Wonder if the little island in the lagoon has something worth checking out. Let me, I'm gonna make a, I have no idea what might be here, but maybe think about checking it out. Marker. I think I've already used all of these. I want a question mark. Guess I'll use that. Underground, something, something. I like that T tumble. Flagmite's mount. Yeah, that'd be great. Well, this makes it seem like there's actually something up there. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying about it showing the surface when you back out of the map. That's pretty helpful. Okay. Hmm. Into the darkness. Sure. Do the bright bloom seeds actually grow underground? I don't remember if I first started finding them. I remember you get them on Tutorial Island in some caves. Okay. Jesus Christ. That was helpful. Had what felt like plenty of them, and now I no longer feel like that. Oh, that's not too bad. We go back to looking for surface caves for a minute, just to try to find more roots. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Talos. Maybe not. Here that's super pressing for me to explore at the moment. I mostly just want to hit the lights so I have places to come back to later. Maybe activate Satori and warp somewhere really far from where you can see on Satori Mountain and see if there's any caves that I'm obviously missing. Okay, I think just unlocking that for Florida is probably fine for right now. Let's do the Satori thing with caves. That seems fine. That was... Also need more apples. Nearly lost my mind. Is it? This is it? Okay, yeah. I have an actual axe now, too. Golden apples just heal for more. They used in any like special recipes or anything I should be worried about. I need to loot these fast because if I spawn or cause too many of them to fall, they'll despawn. Maybe not, because you can loot them when they're in the tree, right? Restless cricket. Right. Nice. Was actually what I intended to do. I'm gonna go ahead and break the axe here. This is probably the main use case I'd have for it. Well, that wasn't as helpful as I was hoping. I like the stage where you have so much stamina you can just start spamming jump. Next level is to get the other two pieces of the climber set. Let's actually do some regular cooking. I try not to do this too much, because it takes a long time, but... So, I need... I cook these in hell. In case I go back without getting clothes that help with that. Double glow all the way. Difficult to tell friend from foe. Oh, okay. Probably should have seen that one coming. I guess that's like an add-on for a weapon attack. Oh, really? Wildflower with a powerful odor that can disorient and confuse, making it difficult to tell friend from foe. Salt grilled fish. Okay, so you don't get both the benefit of the salt and the oil. That's right, salt grilled fish. That seems pretty useful. Any monster parts? Hasty elixir. Can you not, bro? I wonder if having all 4 allies out measurably affects the performance in any situations. It seems like it generally tries to keep them off screen, except when they're relevant. They kind of run forward. Most important to have them trail behind you when you're running, I think. Thanks, Iwata. That'd be nice, yeah. I feel like that sort of thing is, like, against Nintendo's, like, developer identity. As sad as that is. Let's try up here first. You're kidding. Single one in this whole area? Yeah, I think that's cool too. Part of this must be like a draw distance thing. Really thought that was gonna work. Okay, let's try... Oh, hold on. Oh, that actually takes you inside the dungeon? Oh, no shit. Okay, whoops. World map. I guess that makes sense. Satori mark every cave in the game or just the ones in the general vicinity of Hyrule Field? Radius, okay. Thanks. Well, the other thing I wanted to check out was this maze, because that previously had one of the climber pieces. It probably doesn't now. Go scope it out. I see. Bet I asked my question dangerously. I can get a similar effect elsewhere. Okay. Really interested to see what the sky maze thing is all about. Probably not worth the stamina hit to try to hit them. Maybe can make this if I have a completely full stamina bar. I will use this because I think it will get me somewhere. Okay. Right on. Chest up here. Ooh, I love these. Oh, God damn it, did I already get it? Or did I just go there and not? Huh. Okay, I guess I didn't get the thing from it. I think it told me last time. Berries are really helpful for that boss fight before. That's enough. Doesn't seem like this should be enough. Wow, no kidding. It's not going to get me up there, though, just this. Kind of want to suicide. Hopefully reload and have the thing back. When did it save before that? Right before I started messing with it? Let's see. great. Just a matter of transferring them on to one of these instead. Oh, it does? Okay, thanks. That's part of what I've been struggling with. Sometimes I don't see the turning stick because I'm so preoccupied with activating the thing. Try just plugging this onto this, and the extra weight might be problematic, but I don't know. Shape is problematic, nothing else. Oh, there's like a shitload of batteries up here. Okay, I get it. Now, what is the point of this guy? Why are you here, sir? Why are you still here, sir? I definitely gotta save once I do this. Andy recommended location. I guess, yeah, rocket science, the battery is way too much. Right. But as you use up the batteries, you lose weight and can climb higher, I guess. Doesn't seem very helpful. I don't know if the extra fans are actually doing me any good here. I don't think I can save devices when I save my game, right? Unfortunately. And then once they despawn, it also causes an issue with placement of things, presumably. Yeah, I want those on the bottom. I wonder if the starting device is enough if you just wait for the batteries to run out. It's hard to say. Oh, I gotta be really careful with connecting the batteries to each other, because if one despawns, the other ones all just fall off of it, right? Dropping ballast. Alright, this is gonna go horribly. Let's see what happens. If this doesn't work, I can try to make a balloon set up on that block there. I think they provide me with any balloons here, but I've got some gotcha machines. Not a great start. Not a great start. Let's put it somewhere where it can more easily escape, I guess. Weight's a big problem. Oh wow, it burned 2 of them much faster than I thought it was going to. That thing lost altitude very quickly. Don't know if this is going to be anything I can do with this, because I definitely can't send that. These might be framing a place that I can drop to that'll send me up. Alright, I did leave a save on that island, so if this goes really poorly, I can always just undo that. Oh, cool. Is there a descent down in the chasm down here? Cool big ass maze. Box. I guess now they have gloom to make it annoying to climb certain sections. In addition to rain. I wonder if I was losing more than I was gaining from those fans, and if I only did a single fan, if that would have gotten me further. I don't quite have a feel for what the benefit of extra fans or rockets or whatever does. Mighty Zonite Shield. I don't need this. Acorn. Research log. So like breadcrumbs, that's cute. That is a ladder. Thank you, torches, for pointing me to the ladder. I like that when you change the sorting, it puts you to the top of the list. I didn't have to do that. I could have used a new bow for that. Not sure. Okay, so that means if I put something Zonaite with it, it's better. Probably not a good idea. Oh, hey. Well, that'll do. Oh yeah, I left a couple shrines behind in the Gerudo Desert. I should go do those so I can get an easy stamina wheel. I don't know what I could get from that chest that would make me smile. Sage's Will, but they seem to have put those in very specific overworld puzzles. I think I have 3 of them right now. What is your... Ruler of Dragons have unlocked a door. Oh, interesting. These fuckers. Big battery. Well, thanks to you, Extra Heart, for me not instantly dying there. He does not look too happy. Oh yeah, right. What's her name? Come here. Riju. That helps. I realize they can just spawn new ones, I guess. Alright, do I feel ready now? Probably not, but I'll give it a try. Ooh, different weapon. That's cool. Like that. Wrong button. Ouch. I find that I actively try to dash to the side and it just doesn't work sometimes. Like I end up backflipping. I don't know if I have to like really push strong to the right or left. It's like I'm trying to do like diagonally left or diagonally back left, back right, right? Really need you to stand close to me, please. Yeah, I think the diagonal maybe favors back. I'm just instinctively holding diagonally back to try to avoid the hit. Uh-oh, now I'm dead. Leave Brittany alone. Ow. That has to be a side jump, I guess, to even be possible. There it is. That time I just pushed the button all the way to the right and it worked without any issue, so I think that's been my problem this whole time. If I hold slightly back to the side, it will not work. Oh, I thought I had it there. It's almost as good as having a bomb. Annoying. Too late, I guess. That's okay. So it prefers you to go early, I think, with most attacks. That needed to be a backflip, I take it. Whoa. So that time I did press it all the way to the right, but I think maybe my camera angle matters. For some reason, my understanding of how dodging works is completely back-asswards. Every single time I've died, I pressed the button and thought, hey, I pressed that in the right time to dodge, and then I didn't for whatever reason. So I think I just have to figure out whatever weird rules it has about camera facing and the left stick. I like that you have to fight the hands every time. It adds some, like, pressure to the Phantom Ganon fight. I'm this guy's dad now. I think I got him under control. Yeah, it's a bomb check. They just spawn more if you can't AoE damage them? Is that how that works? Gloom Club. I can eventually ignore Gloom. Those are like really good. Thanks for the clumps, bud. Really cool of you to give me some clumps. Love clumps. All right, so what are they doing here? What does this do? Really? So I could try using that extra large battery. Guess maybe these are just a way to get out of the room, basically. Thought maybe they would like demarcate interesting rooms or something. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, so I was hoping for a way to get to the floating island version of the maze, but I think that's this island. Easier way to get there, maybe from here? There could be like a little launcher thing from there. I could try that. Let's see. I need to have like a bank to go put my cool Phantom Ganon weapons that I'm sure I can use once I have 20 hearts and I'm immune to gloom or whatever. Go find Hestu again. Depending on how quick the build-up is, I guess it might still make sense to like swap into it really fast for big attack. I think the big volcano worms were still one of the cooler, even though it was just like a trivial mini-boss. Oh really? I didn't know that. Like it just damages you and then doesn't have the added downside. Right. But then it's just a way to do damage, but it costs health instead of do damage, but you lose max health until you touch another light root or whatever. Gotcha. Doesn't seem accessible from here. Might be accessible from the tower, but with like stamina food. Oh, that's interesting. So if you're already low on health, it can make sense to gloom yourself. Not like another tower over here. No, I don't think so. Could probably make it to the island with the rocket science if I had a little bit more stamina. I don't want to have to go search for stamina food to do it. I feel like I want more stamina before I go too hard on this. I could just start getting the easy picking shrines. That shouldn't be too bad. So lucky is this thing having like a giant... What is a cave? Skull Lake Cave. Gonna need those. I'd be very pleased if like something down here launches me all the way up. That's kind of what I was expecting when I saw it. This is great. This pillar was in Breath of the Wild, but there obviously wasn't anything inside of it, right? Is that the extent of the cave? Oh, wait. Oh, wow, it's water. That's incredible. Love it. Get some better shit here. Rude. Rude again. Yeah, I can make one of those. Oh shit, I need to stop the recording. There's 30 seconds left. Future Marstead, keep exploring this cave and keep doing stuff. This game's really good. Yay. Get a bunch of stamina, go do the floating island in the sky if you can.